Hello, Suitcase. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Happy New Year, as they say in Persona 4 quite often. Hope all of you are doing well. And that is a closet door that is open. I don't know why my computer is pointed in this direction. I will certainly be turning it a different way. But everyone, feel free to take a glimpse inside of my closet. It has other suits inside of it. Let's try turning the computer more this way so things look a little bit more normal. Yeah, very dynamic angle. Let's see how it plays out. To answer your question, yes, Iwadare did all of the mainline Grandia games. And I say mainline, but also did the non-mainline ones, like Parallel Trippers that we played on the Game Boy Color. That was translated. That one he also composed. So it wasn't just the ones that were like numbered, but even the side games like Parallel Trippers were also composed by him. But yes, Combat 4 was the one that went da 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 da, and then it just rocked out from there. That was the one that I remembered where we kept fighting Kreutz. It was the one that we fought Kreutz to, and that's like I think like it only appeared like two times in the whole game, and that was one of them. And it's like one of my favorite tracks, and it's just called Combat 4, and I'm like, okay, fine. I guess we'll just have to remember it's called Combat 4. But the song speaks for itself. That's okay, even if the title doesn't. The song does. Yeah, that's the main one I kept. I like 3 has a couple of boss songs that I've saved. 1 has like the second main combat theme, which I really like. 2, there's a couple in 2 I also like. The main battle theme is good. 3, I also saved the main battle theme for that. So I mean the battle themes are just so good across the Grandia series as a whole. But right now, we are going to be reverting to another game which Iridare has had a hand in, which is more Phoenix Wright, this time Trials and Tribulations, and we are finishing up the final case, probably not today. If I had to guess, we are probably going to have 2 more streams left, including this one. For some reason, I just don't think we'll be able to finish it today, which is fine. It is still within my parameters to have this beaten by Tuesday. If we're not able to get it beaten today, that's completely fine. Uh, Wait a minute. Why is my Why is my camera here? Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that's better. Nothing's going right today. Let me go ahead and get the 3DS capture card on. Yeah, I should be able to get this beaten by Tuesday, I would think. Yeah, because we're gonna be going back and doing an investigation, because that's the whole thing. We have to figure out to try to make sense of whatever Lowry saw, and we'll be able to go from there. Oh, the capture card is not plugged in. What did I do with the 7 minutes of time that I had to get this set up? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Camera's pointed the wrong way, wrong cameras turned on. There we go. All right, not a promising start to the new year, but we'll get through it. There we go. Oh, man. Suitcase, are you feeling any better? I hope you are. I'm still dealing with like feeling like my lungs are full, but I'm not coughing as much anymore, thankfully. February 9th, 3:43 a.m., Hottie Clinic Intensive Care Unit. The first day you felt better, that's wonderful. I'm really glad. Because the thing is, it's like as soon as it involves the lungs, it's automatically going to take forever to go away. It's one of the things I've just learned firsthand about getting any sort of lung sickness is that even if you're over it, your lungs aren't. And so I'm glad you're clearing a hump. Oh wow, I slept until 10, which I like never do. So I'm glad I was able to do that. It's apparently bad luck to clean during New Year's. Oh, okay. I guess that's the philosophy I'm using here today. We'll just promise that. Yeah, I haven't cleaned up my act. Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't cleaned up my closet either. Everybody saw my, my open closet at the start, so I'll have to work on that. That's my New Year's. That should be my New Year's resolution, along with walking the farm roads. That's going to be the big thing, especially when it starts to warm up more. I'm immediately just going to start hitting the ground walking. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this wasn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into the Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. Yeah, everybody seems to be catching that. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me. Somehow. So we are truly coming back to court in the afternoon then. Okay. I mean, they alluded to the fact last case, but I'm like, are we better, I guess? I guess we're better. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shishishito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. It must be in the bottle around the neck, just like every other murder weapon. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about anything, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. Not gonna thank Gumshoe? Okay, fine. I'll handle things from here. Yeah, that is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I like that we're seeing more expressions from Edgeworth. I'm not used to seeing this many expressions from him. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. So I'm assuming then, since we're coming back, that means Franziska is not going to be in part 2 of the trial. Godot is. So I guess they both served their roles pretty well. It was nice to have the cameo back, and I enjoyed playing as Edgeworth. I didn't see that coming at all. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. That's right, Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Alright, all we gotta do is find Pearl, have her use the spiritual Karain channeling technique to become the bridge that was burned up, and then we can cross her. I think that's how we can get across. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. I accidentally skipped the first line, which said, we'll get to you soon, Maya. Something to that effect. Yeah, it is a very cute smile. Alright. Let's go to the main gate. Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here, the heroine of my book. It'll make you famous. Ah, enough. Okay, so she's still on it. Either that or she's just out here for some reason. A fool's fool who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Eh? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. And tell her, would ya? She must model for my picture book. Francie's Whiplash Splash. Simple and magnificent. Ah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you, guys, when you come crawling back to apologize. I guess that's a Captain Underpants reference. Off he goes. Was Captain He didn't have red underwear, though. Off he goes. Phoenix Wright, it's been a year since we last met. Pleasure to see you again. My attorney's badge. About this. Ow! I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. So profile, we now have our own perspective on Franziska. 19, legendary prosecutor Manfred von Kammerstrander became a prosecutor in Germany at 13. That's no different than Edgeworth's. Miles Edgeworth, an old friend, age 26, said to be #1 at the DA's office. Studies foreign judicial systems now. Saw an unbelievable sight at the Heavenly Hall the night of the crime. And everything else is just like what we noted before. Let's talk. Franziska von Karma. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was a legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Oh, not again. Not again. I keep doing that, I'm sorry. The problem is every time I pull open the 3DS capture card to make sure it appears on the screen to capture from here, I accidentally keep leaving it hovering there once I raise it up. I have to keep remembering to move it. So if only there was a whip command to have me do that. I'm sorry. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. Today's trial. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. I guess I never thought about that. They would have known each other, more than just in passing, because of that relationship with Manfred von Karma. I guess I never really fully thought about or explored the implications of that. I'm glad the game is at least touching on it. I never really thought of it that way. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kinda cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, Maybe that's why he's ready for the trial. We asked her what happened. I went over the whole case file in the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. That's true, I should. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Present. Franziska von Karma to Franziska von Karma? Nope. What about Miles Edgeworth? Okay, just not gonna get anything from her. That's fine. That is fine. What about Godot? No. Okay. Hey, Running Wild Video, welcome. We are going into our next investigation phase of this particular case. To the main hall. Hazakura Temple main hall. It's been going over well. It's been going well so far. Franziska's a little more overdone. Her shtick's a little bit more overly embellished. I'm trying to think of the right word here. I think it's being done to death. I think she was fine in court for a while, but now it's getting a little bit nuts. A little bit too much. I guess it's because she's only here for one case, but I don't know. She's running a little on overdrive. Ma, that was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise, now that I think about it. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl. You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing? Why didn't someone tell me about this earlier? Iris? Must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. Would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks. She must be telling the truth. So why are you unsure of yourself so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Inner Temple. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in a room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck at the Inner Temple. I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Thanks. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. I mean, I'm surprised the bridge has stood, if that's the case. We've got to get Maya out of there, fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated, like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and no way to escape either. Oh dear, yes I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Elise Dona, I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know just a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size. Or I was wondering if they were going to do if she was going to interpret the statement that way, and she was, or her bust size for that matter. No. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? I figured we were gonna get psychotoxic. Got 5 of them. It seems Miss Elise Donham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Let's ask about Pearl. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Donham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to check it out for me, so please hurry the repairs up. Yeah, I'm with Phoenix. I think she's on the other side in the inner temple. I don't know where else she could be. I don't think there's anything I can present to her, and I guess I could present the crystal sphere. This crystal sphere, it's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Donham's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Larry's sketch. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. To think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. Huh? If that's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days, I could be a pop diva. Sure. But what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. Okay, everything else I believe we've really kind of forwarded over. So I think we're going to go ahead and leave here. Go to the courtyard. And then we'll circle back to the bridge area. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Are there? The Shishito. It's there in Mr. Gami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Okay, so it's still the same day. Miss Donham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Lowry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusty Bridge, but... Dusky. Now I'm doing it. The whole game everyone's been calling it Dusty. Now I did it. But what was it doing all the way out here? The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donham was pushed from the top of the wall? They get quite a bit of snow up here in Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around, but the sled? Now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. I don't think there's anything else here. A few of these stone lanterns scattered about in the courtyard without the city glare to compete with. I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. Alright, I guess we'll go back. Main hall. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'd come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? Couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I'm... Ah! It's been a while, Scruffy. You're... Miss Von Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Okay. Yeah, so why don't you whip those psyche locks for me? That'd be the best thing you can do. Let's go back to the courtyard with her. Does she have anything to comment about? Okay, nothing from her. I don't think she'll have anything to say here. It's an awful, cruel thing to do to Gumshoe after he went through the trouble of setting everything up. With whatever's going to take us across the bridge. I'm not even going to try the Psyche Lock until we make further progress here. Back to the suspension bridge. Bear Kidney, welcome! Let's go to Heavenly Hall, and then we'll go to the Inner Temple. Happy New Year to you as well. Looks like no one's here. Larry? Laurice? I was sure you'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Alright. Back to the suspension bridge, and now let's go to the Inner Temple. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot livelier than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here, ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized that I was all alone. She was all alone. It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... I'm Francisca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. She's gonna whip us. Don't get complacent. She's gonna whip me. Yeah, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow. That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. It does? Was this open last time? There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francisca Von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on the incinerator the first time I saw it. Yeah, I couldn't quite place it. I thought the fact that it was open was different. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full names. I was only copying you. Anything else we can see from it? Weird smell. Oh, oh gosh, we're gonna repeat the whole thing now. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Phoenix Wright! What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright, but I didn't say anything. Can we go to the back yet? There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? And we can move? I guess into the training hall. We can't go to the back, though. Oh my goodness, the psyche lock is so strong it's actually manifested in reality in the back there. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. It's like it's every other sentence, every interaction. It's absolutely insane. It's reminding me so much of James's fiance Jezebel and like the Pokemon series and her just running around and whipping everything. It's like no different. Because I definitely don't remember her whipping this much in the second game. I really don't. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like... Okay, so I'm not lying when I say... Yeah, just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? Well, it used to be... interesting. Used to be just the hanging scroll like this. It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in the room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. Was it supposed to be curry in Japan, or is it really gravy? It doesn't look anything like gravy. Doesn't look like gravy at all. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after view. That's, we don't actually get to see that often. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha, I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with, the importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough, I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Yeah, well, there's Godot. I didn't expect him to show... How did he get here? Wait a minute. How did he get across the bridge? Well, I guess I owe you one. I guess he just must have come in just now. You can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. Oh my goodness, I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix, Wright? What are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. I know what it is. It's gravy. That must be it. Yeah, whip Godot. Yeah, I know. No, we only get the whip. Why? Because it's funny. It's funny. We need to laugh this case. Did you know we need to laugh a lot this case? Because I forgot. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? Why didn't you show? Can't undo. Where's the option for Von Weppenberg? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live up to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Can't undo? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Okay, so she is the one we saw on fire? Probably. Or not that we saw, but Larry saw? I don't know why I'm saving. I'm just going to save. Just a safe thing to do. Huh? But that's impossible. It is. It really is. Yes, I get thirsty and I have to drink water, and then I'm like, I better save the game. That's impossible. She came here that night, and I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One where is behind you, behind him. The obvious locked area. Thank you for the hydrate. The sacred cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she was in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No, which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Do I vaguely recall anyone Diego like? Case 1. Like, not case 1, but case 2 of game 1. I'm not putting together the piece yet. I'm putting together the piece of, like, what his significance was to Mia. But it was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me. And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Mia, a trick lock. just immediately go from that to trick lock. About that trick lock, it was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. About that trick lock, what is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern will be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside of the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in here. Sister Rikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris the accused is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that your friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. The store, when I was here 2 days ago, weird lock. Okay, it's the same thing as before. Well, that wasn't very pleasant. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Apparently she didn't see our smirk that time. We're safe. I think we're all done with this place. Back to the inner temple gate. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide it if... Well, that's not grammatically correct. Trying to decide it if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. You trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh, a kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Oh my gosh, they're growing all the gravy back there. They have to tap the gravy tree. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what's back here. February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, a Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... we'll talk with you in a moment. Let's examine what's here. What is this? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Stoneham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. This means that the charm definitely belonged to Miss Stoneham. This could be a really vital piece of evidence. Crane Master's talisman added to the court record. Found in the garden of the Inner Temple. Boy, they're scattering her belongings everywhere. What the heck is that? Looks like Maya, but upside down. Is what it looks like. Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says, Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh! What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it? Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here, and it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my Renin guy got here to start the investigation. It wasn't the police. Then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood? Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it? Ah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Let's talk to Gumshoe now. Okay, bloody writing was added. Let's talk, we'll do the first two options. So how's the Inter-Temple investigation going? We have the best scientific forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern, and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So we got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. Maya. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Bloody writing. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Stonham's blood? We haven't done the detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? That's what I was trying to figure out. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The results of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Is he being dumb, or is that... Anyway, there's only... Yeah, okay. Yeah, just gonna say that. There's no way that's true. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Stoneham wrote these letters herself. In her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing and the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Stoneham's murder. But the blood... There wouldn't have been... Would there have been enough blood to have signed her name? Without the... Because the whole point was... I mean, the Shishishi... Well, it's not even the Shishishito being the murder weapon, so let alone the logistics of whether or not the wound was plugged up. It sounded like there was a lot more blood later from Bikini's account. God, what a mess. This is a mess of a case. There's absolutely not one part of this that is neat, so it is hard to figure out. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? True crime scene. So Miss Stoneham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? Was it our fake Phoenix Wright reenacting the event for us again? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set that all up after the murder had taken place, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. But what if that's not true? What if it can be accessed somehow? Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men, which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. If I can't think of a counter-argument to that... I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. Yes, I forgot his name. Thank you, Vakenza, I forgot his name. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it. You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck? Yeah, I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I've got the safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault. Canonically, it makes sense that he'd get one of those after the last case of the second game. Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? Anyway, because I presented that bit of evidence, we get to have a rare time. We actually get to leave this scene with a smile on Gumshoe's face. Aren't we lovely and nice? Let's just leave him with a smile. Let's go back to Heavenly Hall, but then we're going to go back to Sister Bikini. We're going to see if we have enough information now to be able to break the Psyche lock. Oh, or maybe not. We'll see what this is instead. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright? Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to intervene. I guess that makes sense. Maya is at the location where the actual true murder scene was committed. I guess it's only logical that they would suspect her, especially since Maya's name was now written in the victim's blood. I suppose the ramifications of all of that kind of make sense when you put them all together here. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? I listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. So I can no longer go to Dusky Bridge. Well, that makes it pretty obvious that it is time to talk to Bikini. That's also nice because it tells me that it did everything I needed to do from across the bridge. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Main Hall. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? Wahahaha. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. I was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was so worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Glare. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break that psyche lock of hers. Okay, so I have enough. Thank you, game, for telling me. Let me walk across. We're close to break number 1, but I'm just going to walk over to my pitcher and get some water and come right back. Perfect. Elise Donham. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Miss Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Was it? I mean, I never thought it was a secret. That's why this twist doesn't really surprise me that much. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Grah! Where did you... This isn't just some cheap good luck charm either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. Oh, thank you very much. I'm definitely in a weird kind of state right now. It feels like no matter how much water I'm drinking, it's not... I'm getting, like, no sustenance from it. I'm getting, like, I don't feel, like, refreshed or hydrated no matter how much I'm drinking. So I'm gonna have to kind of watch that. I don't know what's going on or what that might mean. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donham really was. This talisman and one other item undergo prove Miss Dunham's true identity. This painting is obscured by the gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah, the crest is reserved for the master of Crane. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her first daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Easy to beat. Elise Stoneham. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago, when she showed me the talisman with that mark on it. Well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her in 17 years. That's when she disappeared. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Crane talisman? It's a symbol of the Master of Crane. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Stoneham really was Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Crane channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway. Was this really supposed to be a secret? Like, I thought it was Misty Fey the entire time. Yeah, I thought it was... I literally looked at her and I'm like, isn't she... Okay, well, that's fine. I guess I'm not really blown away because I thought I was supposed to know that. But I guess okay. Yeah, just became a children's book. Yeah, they're no big deal. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why does she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? Oh my gosh. It's finally happened. The gumshoe's stomach is growling because he cannot afford his lunch. It can't be. An earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya... It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. They love each other. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. They are in love. To the main gate. We've got to hurry to the inner temple inn. Right. Ah, what are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? Shh. She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now? During the... easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she only could have escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure that she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's secret cavern now. All right, let's go. Just saying, next time that you escort her over, like, take the snowmobile key. It would be so much more convenient if you take the snowmobile back and forth to these places, especially in emergencies, because there are a lot of emergencies happening here. Fortunately, the sacred cavern didn't cave in. But what we found was something none of us would have ever expected. Gravy everywhere. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? To be continued. Yeah, so I don't know. Definitely not putting any of it together yet. I mean, obviously the big reveal of Misty Faye was not, I guess I already figured out, but oh, that save, that is a good prompt for us to take our first break. And then we'll continue um, before even more locks propagate everywhere. Promulgate. One of those words, whatever the right word is. I shall hydrate all of you, and I will return quickly. Where'd the game go? Wait a minute, what? Uh, Unplug the capture card. Reflug the capture card. Okay, I literally don't know why I did that. Uh, thank you for the Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. That was weird. Back in the Inner Temple. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cabin was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes, if only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face, like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. Only another earthquake can unlock the door. It's adorable design. Ah, I see. I see. It's like the blackout game. You press the center and then the 4 locks appear around it. No, I guess it wouldn't be because then the center lock would disappear. Okay, I don't know how it works. And anyways, something something cavern is alive, and the more secrets there are, the more locks there become. I don't know. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. So, why the hell did you add 4 more locks? I mean, like, why did anyone ask that? Anyway, escape? Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the secret cabin was all right, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks and someone... Okay, so I figured it wasn't her, but I needed her to come out and say it. I needed someone to ask her. And someone to put in the secret cabin's door in. Who in the world would have done something like this? Trick lock. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. You've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. The night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime at Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. I don't know if we have enough yet. Inner Temple Gate first. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks. We should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgework, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Now that we don't have Francisco to whip us, what happens if we examine this? Strange about the incinerator, I'm sure there was snow the first time I saw it. Then the door's open, someone's been burning something, that's for sure. It's a shame there isn't a trace of what it was left inside. February 9th, Inner Temple, Garden. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering you. Sorry about the sneezes, just getting into character. Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. The investigation. Well, you gotta hug it out first. Kiss it out comes later. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance it's the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Earthquakes. So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No. Thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. One moment. I actually have to pour more water. "17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense lawyer. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 3 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? But we don't actually say that, we think it. Iris. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I had seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give you that information. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might even be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this whole case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. Well, then you're wrong. Everything about everything everywhere matters about this case. Everything does. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Well, I guess we're not going to do that. Let's... Apparently, Iris was taken in by the Sister Shira at a temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he found. Well, he already told us that was kind of a dead end. Are we truly not meant to have a fourth option? This. Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. But you were acting for the defense of trial today. So that comment... Is there really nothing I can do with him? I might not be able to do anything. Let's just go ahead and move for now. Well, that certainly didn't help us. We didn't get anything new. Oh, that's right. We were... No, we actually broke Bikini's lock already. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should check out that shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Lowry there sulking again. Now we're at Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire, so stay out of our way. I don't believe this? Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larissa's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Heh, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. Our life is here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? All right then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? Why would we show this to her? I think it's really well drawn. I thought we were asking about the sketch that Larry drew of her rather than like presenting this sketch, but fine. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? The night of the crime. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Oh, does she not know that there's been a death at all? Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened? Psyche lock? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it really doesn't matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Stonham's room reading a book together. But Miss Stoneham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh, 5, but in a different pattern. I've been a bad girl. You spilled the gravy. You gravy spiller. I know I'll be punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? Lost powers? What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Wow. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Wah. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psyche lock to get the truth out of her. Oh man, I'm not even going to know what I don't know yet until I start one of them. I'm pretty sure we're nowhere near Iris's. We may not be ready for this one either. We've collected no new evidence so far. Other than the Crane Master's Talisman and the updated Hanging Scroll. We may not have enough. Anyway, let me poke around the other locations and we'll come back. Anyway, we'll just leave her crying, and then we'll go back to the main gate. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini has gone back to the main hall already. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Main hall. Looks pretty terrified. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Crane tradition. We have Iris at the secret cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Yeah, I don't think we have time for a lot of heart. Wendy Oldbag we only heard about by name in the third case, but thankfully she has not made an appearance. That's the good news. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of the Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Crane tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Crane, and her daughter is the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That one woman, the mother, so are we, it wouldn't be Mother of Pearl, it wouldn't be Pearl's mother, though. She did go to jail and disappeared, and, like, we never heard from her again in the second case, but I don't think she would be involved in this somehow. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? The channeling technique. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 3 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. Morgan, yeah, I forgot her name was Morgan. During the Master Mask case and during Maggie DeBird's trial, too. Maggie Bird, excuse me, not Maggie DeBird. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always been on hand to help me out when I've needed her the most. The Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to communicate with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see? All because of one little mistake. Oh, that one case. What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that It's never over. It's never gonna be over. It's just always gonna come back. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? Yes. I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. DL6 incident, huh? DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 3 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. I have to pay to unlock the DL6 incident. No, not paid DL6. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was, and the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth! Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? Family Feud. We surveyed 100 Crane channeling technique users. The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae family, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit the power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Omni, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become ranch families, right? That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt, Morgan Faye. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. Apparently not earlier, but yes. It was a year ago now, in Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? I mean, what else could she be? It had to be somebody that was capable of using the Crane channeling technique. That's the whole reason I thought she came back here. Granted, it was for a different reason, but granted the reason I might be thinking is completely wrong. Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Morgan and Iris. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought that she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. Well, she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. What? 3? Okay, now wait a minute. Morgan made non-eligible daughters because their names don't start with M. Oh, that's true. Mapearl. That's what they could have gone. Mapearl. I don't know what they could have done. 3 daughters. Yes, Iris. Her. Oh no. No. Just okay. All right. Fine. Iris, her twin sister, Siri. Iris backwards. I mean, of all the ways it could have, I mean, she could have been wrapped up in this. This is the most boring way. But uh, there's still hope for the rest of it. I mean, but at least we know how she's involved now. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. what about what about her? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. How non-edible. Oh my goodness. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. My goodness, that is an Edgeworth expression. If I've ever seen an Edgeworth expression, it's like whenever he has that one little glare. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. Of course he was. And in the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris is a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the sister's name? What was the mystic sister's name? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. I mean, you literally just looked at this case at like 3:40 in the morning, man. You should be like, a jeweler. Why does that sound familiar? Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. I mean, leave it to a jeweler husband to name his daughter Pearl, I guess. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But the information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Bikini? Nah. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, 3 question marks. Gender, question mark. Morgan Faye's daughter, and Iris's twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. Whoa. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now. I could tell her. But she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Morgan Faye, unknown age, older sister of Misty Faye and mother of Pearl and Iris, is in solitary confinement. When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her. Even so, it doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Alright, to the courtyard! Yes. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember we used to search in the channeling room in Crane. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues they find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. An investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looked like a letter or something. Gimme. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. Give it to me. Letter. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. Busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon, and all I find is some burnt-up old letter. Burnt-up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right side. Okay, so he fished it out of that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter added to the court record. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. What is the extent of what it mentions? Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must chattel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. One of three. Her name is... She is our ally. The whole... Here is a picture of her. Use it. When you chattel her, I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make not tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. Oh, did you say gravy roast? I could throw that on it. And bring our vengeance to fruition. Well, it's a pretty important letter, I would say. I'm trying to put the pieces together of what this could mean. I'm assuming someone wanted Rebecca Hawkins. Not Rebecca Hawkins. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh character. Wanted the that one character that who's the other twin? Something Hawkins wanted her to be, I guess they wanted her to get channeled, but she's still alive. Maybe. I don't know if the details were publicized about it. I don't know. I don't know who this letter is authored. I mean, I'm assuming that she's still at large and is involved in this particular case somehow. I'll have to figure out how yet. I don't know yet. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Literally, a crime pal. Well, she showed up. She's from the best arc. She showed up in a lot of filler ones. Like, she was part of the Orichalcos one and then the Kaiba Grand Prix. She was okay. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that blood writing to on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Murder weapon. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Secret weapon. What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright, the murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Are we bringing the metal detector back from Phoenix Wright 1? Any questions so far? No? I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? It's a metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right. So first, let's turn the detector on. Whoa! Super high-tech. Next. Touch the detector, take a real good look around this courtyard with it, pal. Once you've hit something metallic, the check gauge will flash. And when that happens, touch the gauge to really give the area good hard stares. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Everyone prepare your ears. That's odd. The sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Haha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here, of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there, I don't need to hear anymore. That Shishito's next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know, I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me, do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as the detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. This is Miss Denham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examine Gibbons' job for the... crack. Ah! The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! What the what kind of Kill Bill nonsense is this? That's a sword. Inside the staff? Could it be? A murder weapon? murder weapon. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. As they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? He's concerned she's going to get further framed by whatever this is going to show. I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped in the secret cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the secret cavern. Tops off from here, I suppose that's... Yeah? That is a use. You're looking kind of iridian there. Okay, just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got that? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe, you know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Stoneham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Hey, Nine Arachna, how are you doing? Long time no see. Happy New Year to you. Let's go back to the main hall. How about the sword cane, huh? No. Okay. Alright. So, I think with what we have... Do we still have the metal detector, or is it gone now? Figured it's gone. That's fine. That was a really important... It was so important we went to the courtyard. Oh my gosh. Let's go back to Pearl. I think with the burnt letter, that's probably enough to spill her secret. And Iris is going to have a secret, you know, involving her sister. We might have enough for both of them. I don't know, though. For right now, let's start with the Heavenly Hall. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose we'll have to check back later. Okay, well, you know what? How about we don't do that? It's a great day for a walk to the Inner Temple. Hey, Edgeworth, you want to see a sword? Nope. Oh, the, mystery daughter. Let's talk to him about that. Hey Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I might just know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Dahlia Hawthorne. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Cherry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister... Oh yeah, so technically there's 4. Tay is right. Right? Well, her stepsister. Okay, fine. Actually, they weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is where she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? There was no need. Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. That actually makes her extremely connected to this case. Because that was one of my bogus theories that I busted out at the beginning about why the crane channeling technique is going to be so important. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. Dahlia's death. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead? Do you mean it the same way as that I said you were dead, game 2, or do you mean it something different? I only just discovered this, Wright, but I never knew about the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Grr. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been 6 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. They are really slow to hand down death and death sentence cases. Even with Terry Falls, I made a comment about that. Why does it take them so damn long to kill them? I don't understand. Okay, so she was executed last month, so okay. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. Oh, is it there? Do you know what I know? There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Yeah, Phoenix is like onto it too. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channel? Yeah, so this is gonna be channeled Mia versus channeled Dahlia. Like how I crazily, I mean, to be fair, I concocted like 30 crazy theories across like my entire playthrough. I don't care. One of them is accurate. That's what I'm allowed to celebrate. Did you say Crane channeling techniques? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know what's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. I mean, how could he not be aware of like the channeling of Mia? Has he like truly never observed it? Is it like am I supposed to have like the same suspension of disbelief as like the other protagonist in Yu-Gi-Oh, not reacting to Yugi growing 2 feet taller when the Millennium Puzzle activates? I don't know. I guess he just doesn't notice because his eyes are too busy focusing on Phoenix Wright. What a man! What a defense attorney. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, back to the inner gates. Unless there's anything else we can actually talk to him about. I don't think there is. Not right now. But I'm glad we went back here and presented that to him. Let's go to the inner hall. Should have her. Looks like we're meant to talk to Iris. I think we have all the data we're going to need now. Mainly because we cannot find Pearl anywhere. So I know not what else we can do other than talk with her. I don't think anything got updated from that talk with Oh no, it did get updated. Oh, it was necessary. It changed this to Dahlia. Okay, I was about to say we got a bunch of important information about Dahlia, but like none of it mattered as far as anything tangible. This is the tangible thing we need to talk to Iris. Executed last month. Okay. And anything new? What do you think of this? Okay, fine. Oh hi. I didn't know you were here, Francisca. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Kinda forgot about you.
Take that!
The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up, violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. Why didn't you take the snowmobile? I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Forgive me, I've not, flipped through this evidence in a long time. Yeah, because she rang the lights out bell at 10.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright, we even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple, and second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. I mean, I have to say there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. And this is why we needed to talk to Edgeworth. We would have hit a wall had we not.
Take that!
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you was here at the temple the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! The night of the crime. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew. Yes. So I guess now the question is, what is this? What is this gonna turn into in court? This is gonna be nuts. Who channeled? I'm assuming it's Maya. Maya's probably the person who ended up being used to channel this other person. I mean, who else would have been? Because someone else can't externally channel into a person against their will, right? The person has to choose to channel them. I don't actually know the crane details. The crane deets. Thank you for the hydrate. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. We'll just call her Yami Iris, it's easier. Just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? Why is everyone taking the fall for her? Stop taking the fall for her. You guys suck. I feel like you have to be, I don't know. Stop doing it. What is she talking about? The traitor? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It twisted her entire destiny. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Yeah, that makes sense. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? She didn't because he didn't name you after jewelry like Pearl? I don't know. Revenge. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Well, shoot, now there's motive. Yeah, so now there's motive for the prosecution side. Now that this connection's been established. It would absolutely make sense that want Misty Fay dead. But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began relations with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave the locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psyche Lock. Alright. I bet she's available now. So Pearl's, the way that the scene played made it sound like Pearl's was acknowledging that she did something bad, that she was somehow the one to channel. I mean, am I losing it in that it because here's my thinking is that this letter is for Pearl and she mistook gravely roast with gravy and I don't know. That is a wild stretch, but that is what I think happened. She's like what, 9? So Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Yeah, so she's learning late. There was a number that you're right, she was illiterate. So I'm thinking it's possible because the thing because the it's such a weird sentence that it ends with it makes me want to focus on Gravely, and I'm like, oh, Gravely sounds like gravy, because that's the way my brain works. My brain makes like 20 billion different connections to things. Most of them are memes, unfortunately, I'm ashamed to say, but a number of them sometimes are maybe appropriate connections. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. That's right. You've made a gravy error. Let's go ahead and... Wrong one. Unless there's new talking I need to do. No. Take that.
Take that!
The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Stonham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Stonham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? All the way up here in the water. Let's go to the inner temple.
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? I was so nervous when the music continued, because that's usually a sign I picked the wrong response, but it just took a while. Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Gravy. Let's go ahead and... Maya.
Take that!
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Wow. Hint, hint. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? So we're gonna have Pearls channeling Mia and Maya channeling Dahlia. I guess like putting the branches against each other. I think is that how it's gonna work? I mean that's the only way the showdown could realistically. That's the only way the branches could realistically fight each other right now. Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to think of the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? She did get the letter. Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah, where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. Was...
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote these set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Morgan. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wow. All right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. That's where you have to show the gravy. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. I 100% right about the gravy. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? Wait, was there this exact error made and I just didn't know it? Yeah. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good. Oh, I thought he was alluding to the fact that she mistook gravely as gravy, and I'm like, there's no way. I would have remembered something that on the nose. Yeah, I don't know what the Japanese pun would have been. It must have something to do with the characters. I don't know. Haha. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise? So for example, how do you read this? It says, oh no, it was exactly said. Well, shoot. Just for the record, I didn't remember this conversation when, when I came to my conclusion. So, okay, but fine. Fine. I guess it is a bit of a tenuous connection if you don't know to look for it. It says gravely, kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. Yes, literally showing the murder evidence. But what she didn't teach you was how to lie better. No, is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me, and the only roast they could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. It's a good thing we had pot roast with gravy that night. Otherwise, who knows what she would have done? To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I didn't even manage to burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. The night of the crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. I mean, she walked for like half an hour. I mean, I wouldn't blame her. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried? I was right. I was like, this is not gravy. It's gotta be curry. It has to be curry. It looks so much like curry. I don't know. Like what would be the pun? There's not like a good equivalent of like curry one's favor or I don't know. I don't know. I'd really have to. That's gonna really involve like going under the hood, I guess. I really have no idea why curry. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with your experience, Larry. Lost powers. It was written right here in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Obviously, the title of the chapter that we got does not carry that level of weighted meaning or that many nuances to it. So maybe Irish Channel Dahlia, that's possible. I'm thinking the reason that Pearl failed at channeling Dahlia is because someone already channeled Dahlia ahead of time. It couldn't have been Irish channeling Dahlia because someone needed to be in two places at once. If Irish channeled Dahlia, we still have two people in one place. That's not going to work. So I'm thinking Maya. Maya somehow has to be our Dahlia. It wouldn't make sense for her to channel Dahlia herself. It wouldn't. We wouldn't have the two-person dilemma that we have currently. But I do think the reason Pearl failed is because perhaps she was already channeled. But why Maya would channel her, I have no clue. So I don't know. Right now I'm just kind of theory storming. It could be a completely wrong theory. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway that the spirit's already been channeled? It could happen if someone else was already channeling, yeah, the same spirit. So it's Maya. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Morgan's letter. We're close to another break. I'm still very ramped up to continue to play a little bit more. Like I have not been bored by this investigation at all. Like it's a lot of these areas where you're gathering informations can really be boring. This has not fallen into that pitfall, which is good because it's been almost 3 hours of this, and it could have very easily been terrible. But I think we're pretty close to putting all the pieces together to go to trial. Yeah, this is like the last bit before we go to court. It certainly feels that way. This is the last lock there is to break. So I think once we finish up here, I will take a break. We'll do some of the court. I don't know how much we'll be able to do tonight, but I'm motivated to at least try some. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me, "The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says." Okay, I was about to say, how in the world could this have happened before Dahlia died? This was like, wait, wait. No, this doesn't make any sense. She hid a letter before she was brought in. This trial was over a year ago. Dahlia had not died yet. Why would she leave exact instructions to channel her? I guess was she... Oh. Oh. It was a contingency letter. It was a contingency letter. So she could have asked Pearl at any time to go grab it, and grab it when it would be correct. It's just that she could have... I get it. I get it. That solves the issue pretty neatly, doesn't it? So it was a letter, in the event that Dahlia dies, and then, like, she would know being in prison. It's still... Although... Still hiding a letter? I don't know. It's still kind of weird, but it makes a little bit of sense. A lot more sense than it did when it first struck me. "It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden." "My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much." "Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too." "That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?" "I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too." "A picture?" "Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time..." "Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff." "There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter." Yeah, I guess she knew that she was going to die. I guess that she also knew that she was going to go to prison, and also knew that Pearls was going to visit her. She's very clairvoyant, but I guess she's right. I'll give her props for that. "The seal on it was broken, as if someone has already opened it once before." That sure is pretty strange. Yeah, I guess so. There was some time. Someone had opened it already? "Burnt letter updated in the court record, so it was Maya that opened it." But why would she do it? I guess to save... I guess she did it to... I guess she did it to save Pearls from... But, like, Maya... But, like, Maya doesn't know the history of Dahlia either. We kept her in the dark about the past also. So Maya doesn't know what Dahlia did to us either. Yeah. Gives Pearl the letter, Dahlia gets put down, Pearl retrieves the letter. Yeah. So I understand the logistics of it. I just think that... Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. The timeline kind of struck me as weird, and for some reason I'm shaky to move past it, and only because my brain is just kind of weird. But it does make sense. Yeah, so she had time before the after the arrest did. Yeah, I had no idea. I guess I never really questioned that death, the phrase death row before, even though I've heard it. I never realized it was that much of a delay. I guess it's just like one of those things you just don't think about. It's like I don't really sit down and be like, how long is it going to take for this person to die? When they're on death row, I just normally don't think like that. There's usually nobody that specific that comes to mind, and I guess I never really questioned that it would take that long, years, before someone's put down. Yeah, it really does take so long. I guess I had no, and it was an area I never really thought about. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Maybe Godot channel Dahlia. Now you're thinking. We don't. I mean, it could be the face behind the visor. I mean, the visor hides a lot. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Yeah, what did you say, Mia? It's like, I'm sorry. Maybe if you weren't looking at the bottom of your 17th cup of coffee, you might have actually looked up and saw. I don't know. That's just. I mean, I guess all of these pieces are going to be put together in court. I mean, they have to be. I have a feel this is going to be a long court. I mean, there's so many things that have to be wrapped up that just aren't. Is what that man just said true? It'll be all right, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now you are to take the place at the head of the Fey clan. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't think there's any revelation that's really going to excuse that behavior. Yeah. But you also forgot he'll occasionally call them horses. Whores and horses. All right. We will do court in just a moment. But let me hydrate everybody else. Um, I'm going to probably go for at least an hour to an hour and a half more. So if people kind of want an idea of where we're going to be at. I'm gonna, and that's gonna probably leave a comfortable but not agonizing amount to do on Tuesday. Plus, I can kind of give my thoughts on the trilogy as a whole, as well as this game. It's definitely gotten better towards the end. It was one of the games that really needed to it was one of the games I think that really needed to get better. The other ones were good and then they just got better. This one started off shaky and then got better. So it's nice but not evenly distributed. I shall return. Well, I mean, Morgan Fay did something pretty similar the second game. I agree it takes a special kind of monster to be able to do that. But that's why she is in prison. It is Thursday night, so that means the Indian restaurant might have posted their buffet menu for tomorrow. Oh boy, let's take a look and see if they posted it. It's not going to take very long. They did not. Disappointment abound. Okay, well, that is fine. Normally they do, but it might be something they may not be doing today. I suppose their account's probably closed since it's New Year's Day, so it's just going to be a surprise. All right, February 10th, 9:39 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen with Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so it wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick blocks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. What the heck does that even mean? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska's engaged in some important work at the secret cavern. Yeah, probably whipping the locks. Just say she's whipping the locks. The sacred cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I know. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else. Literally. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Aw, thanks. Bye, Edgeworth. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor. What are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot, except why this
Judge doesn't say a boot, but sure. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Egyptian chamomile! Let's brew it!
Let me just take a look here. For chamomile, I need to set the water. Be best to set it to 208. Basically, any kind of herbal would be best at about 208 Fahrenheit. All right. This, it's from The Art of Tea. I got a whole bunch of samples, a whole bunch of sample herbal teas from them, and Egyptian chamomile is one of the ones that's from it. The I like that we're listening to Godot's theme while we're talking about tea. It works out perfectly. But I noticed when I was adding all of these to the Redeem that I only have 200 characters to work with. So I'm gonna have to figure, I'm either gonna have to start rotating certain ones in and out of rotation, or I also played around with, do I wanna like have a redeem for caffeinated, redeem for non-caffeinated? I'm like, no, I don't, because then like, how do I control or divest people from being able to redeem the other one once they redeem the other? Like, it's just, I think the best thing you can do is just kind of rotate them in and out. 17 cups of coffee per day. Yes, I'm not. You know, the biggest problem with me, with herbal tea is that it feels like you're getting punched in the face of like whatever flavor you're wanting to drink. Like if you get like a blueberry herbal tea, you get like hit with so much blueberry. If you get like a cherry tea, you get so much cherry. It doesn't feel pleasant. It's just like a punch to the face of whatever the flavor is, whether it's a natural flavor or the actual flavor itself. So if it's more mellow and it doesn't taste like so much like it, I'm fine. I know that's a weird thing to say. My blueberry tea is too blueberry, and then but it's kind of how I feel. I don't know if I can phrase it exactly right, but that's kind of how I feel about it. But yes, we'll have a very normal Egyptian chamomile. And let me have my mug ready. Apparently it is a Spaceport USA mug. I don't know why I have one of those, but we have one of those. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. The court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Stoneham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and put it there, and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. I do think she is involved in the cover-up, in some way. I don't know if it's going to be exactly the way she describes, but there's no question she covered it up. Um, I mean, she knew about all of this. She had to have hid it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about? It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. I think from that about the bell ringing. All right, let's get the tea bag ready. The water is done. Keeping in mind, I'm probably not even going to be able to take a sip from it for like 10 whole minutes, but. Alright, so it'll sit there and prove for a while, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering it for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Crane tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Crane channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, okay, so the staff is actually a sword, we know that. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Almost Joseph Cuppa, Xavier Barstucks, or William Havamug? I guess should just keep the coffee theme rolling, I guess. Um, I mean, Diego Armando is fine. I don't think any of those other names would have been particularly good. It's a little too, I don't know. I feel like some of the other name puns have been a little bit more subtle. Not fully subtle, like some of them are still kind of obvious, but like a little bit more so than those names that were proposed. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first, so we need info about the murder weapon. Yeah. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya, because even something like Wendy Oldbag is still, I would consider it to be somewhat subtle compared to the names that are proposed. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. So we'll press first. All happened in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. I'm going to have to use the fact that the staff is actually a weapon. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. How? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Forgive me, I have no idea how to say that condiment. Forgive me. I don't know how to pronounce it. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is one thing. It's actually a couple of things, but I know the big one. Your Honor, I have a small problem with this witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony so that I can contradict it. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. To
staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Well, obviously let's see if there's anything else we need to add, but that's clearly where we present. She threw her staff away? Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with the staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff? Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger, I'm sure of this. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. Sorry about that. How is the tea? Is it ready to imbibe yet?
Another 3 minutes, I think.
Does this really defend herself with a weapon?
And then,
Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
thank you.
Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to get blamed for this. I only have this to say. Only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it. So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Stoneham? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
Objection!
Tisk, right. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get tried. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would that be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, they need to take our testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts, but the judge was made aware of the channeling technique before. Like, he's firsthand he saw the evidence last time. Apologies, I wanted to walk away and address my nose. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Okay. So the chamomile. Calming, round, sweet, caffeine-free. And I followed the brewing instructions on the back for the Fahrenheit. The steeping 5 to 7 minutes, we've absolutely steeped at that amount. My impression, pretty boring. Chamomile has never really been a very exciting tea flavor. I don't really get much flavor from it. I never really got much flavor out of most chamomiles. There have maybe been a couple of chamomiles that I've liked ever, but this one I'll even take a second sip. This is my herbal tea punishment. Yeah, I suppose it is. I mean, if I had to score it, it's just like, I mean, I would say probably a 60 out of 100. I mean, I suppose having a tea with no flavor is not necessarily the same as having a tea with a bad flavor, but it's just like you're not really getting much out of your tea experience. So it's not quite a failing experience because it's not like bad. It's not like awful, but it's just like it's a whole lot of nothing. But it's going to be a whole lot of tea drinking for me. Yes, I will be rotating some of the
some of the tea options around between streams, so continue to check those out. Um, this one may be rotated out, just as just as an aside. Sorry, chamomile tea drinkers. There's something strange about your version of events.
Huh? Miss Stoneham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah, if Elise Stoneham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over a blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Oh, will I now?
I will be right back. I do need to get a tissue. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Is this where we're supposed to present the sister? Because I don't know what else he wants me to present. Because certainly the family tree would lend itself to that being a possibility. It makes sense, but it's a little weird. My favorite, read the description that makes sense. Well, Mr. Godot? Okay, well, clearly it's wrong. Yes, me. The only thing that seems strange about the angle is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Eh? Try sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Ah. I still don't think that Miss Stoneham would ever attack Maya. If you think about the relationship, it's obvious. Doesn't seem obvious, though, because she's part of the other family. Their relationship would make her more likely to kill Maya, not less likely. Let me look carefully over everything. Oh, Elise! I thought we were talking about Iris. Why did I think we were talking about Iris? Sorry, I completely... If you were wondering why I was so confused, I was thinking, like... that's why I kept talking about Iris's relationship. Yeah, this is about Elise. You know, this kind of sounds like Iris. Not really, though. Elise Stoneham would have never attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Stoneham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah, no! Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Yeah, that was a big whoops on my part. I was just not reading the name carefully. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Stoneham actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Yeah, yeah, that is pretty funny, but like, yeah, had I put the proper question together immediately, I would have been like, oh yeah, because she's the mother. But I just didn't put the pieces together. I'm like, okay, Iris would be more likely to kill, and I was, for some reason, I had Iris stuck in the brain. It simply writes it up as domestic violence. While this will redirect you back to Iris's death, you will not have to present the fact to the judge later. Interesting. Interesting. It's interesting that it would accept that as an objection. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that's impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. How many things are gonna be used to stab people this chapter? My god. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be a blood stain. Again, like, did you just go doink? Like a tonberry? Like, what is that? Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Well, I didn't see the sword, but I investigated the crime scene. How about that? Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Wait, what? Like, so like facing it, it'd be on the back of it? Where would the fight have taken place if that's the case? Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, now that it's brewed a little longer, it's now bad. So basically, if you brew it, get it out of your cup after 5 to 7 minutes. Whoa. Oh boy, I was not prepared for that. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Well, it was the 8th. Phoenix Wright's probably gonna have like his little downtrodden expression with sweatshops and be like, I thought you said 8th. Yeah, it's the exact face I thought he'd make. Didn't you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get to the blood analyzed at such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger added to the court record. Now then. The testimony you've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger of which the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. That one wasn't even a metaphor that time. Okay. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Ah, curving the knife throws. That would do it. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. I am so sorry. I don't know why I'm sneezing all of a sudden this entire stream. Maybe I'm allergic to chamomile. Wouldn't that be terrible? Yet another reason a lot like the tea. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Thank you, times 50, yes. Like I said, I'm getting into character. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Well, the earlier evidence we saw from when we were there before indicated that they were lit before and recently, because the garden appeared to be not covered with snow. What did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Okay, sorry. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? So that's a hint, right? So suddenly Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's gonna be the problem. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at night point is just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. See, Godot gets past the loophole of a cute girl never lies ever by calling women non-girl names, calling them whores, calling them horses, calling them fillies. That way you get past the loophole, and that then they can lie, even if they're cute. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donan. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight to Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. It seems to be an epidemic this chapter. Everyone's collapsing. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck in the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. We don't have the graffiti, though. Do we have anything with the graffiti on it? Do we have to present the crystal sphere at this point? It's found behind the tree. So I'm thinking we have to present the dagger. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Alright, let's get ready. I have like 3 ideas.
We'll kind of go through them in order of what I think. Ideal one. The knife. The knife being found behind the tree, the dagger being found behind the tree, couldn't have possibly been thrown to like be embedded in the tree perfectly from that angle. Which is not okay, so that's wrong. So, idea number 2. Idea number 2, the blood-spattered orb being found on the side, being found on the bridge area. But, like, where would I even put that? I can't present the actual graffiti, so that second idea is a bust. Okay, the stab wound was in the back. That's not it? She was stabbed in the stomach, right? She was stabbed with her back to the lantern. The stab wound was from the... How is that wrong? Okay, let me take a look again. Maybe it's the right evidence, wrong statement. Maybe it's this statement. It is, okay. I was about to say, it has to be that. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Yeah. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Some of which I can't even point out. It's kind of annoying. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim who had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in the back. Ah. This proves the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! Yeah, it did show it. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. Okay, I guess that works. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useless staff, the people fighting, a useful staff, the people fighting the mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies, but that's why there's a second Alistonum. One was actually stabbed in the stomach, and then there's another one that was stabbed in the back. It would all make sense. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just, if you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and to use all of the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities, when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human mind needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. But they were lit. The evidence was that the torches were recently lit when we examined them. By the way, did you know? The Inner Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is there training, the stone lantern in the garden is to always be lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the climb more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's it. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Thank you, I was looking for it. Maybe you'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern added to the court record. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern! There's something written on it. He doesn't know? Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood? How did he not know? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. You know, because I always write upside down. It certainly looks that way.
Objection.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? Wait, colorblind? He can't see red. He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think on it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. I'd have to, like, chase, like, every moment of every case to see if there was ever anything red that he commented on. Somebody want to fact find? Somebody want to deep dive? I don't know. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone tablet. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Stoneham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. The cover-up for Sister Iris. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... Chronology, though. I used the Shishito to alter the way the wound looked. Couldn't see this catch up, that's right.
Wait, could he actually not? Because there was the blood stain. Did he comment on it? I don't even remember if he saw the blood or not. Oh, man. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere, as they would say. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Stoneham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. So just to give people an idea of where we're going, I'm hearing this music, meaning we probably have one or two more full conversation trees as far as additional steps of evidence before she's going to be taken off the stand. I think once that happens, that's probably going to be tonight's stopping point. And then we will have Tuesday of next week to try to finish off the game at that particular point. Just because it is getting late, it's been 4 hours, and as much as I want to go, I want to keep playing. I mean, like the amount of time it would take to finish this is probably beyond what I can realistically do. Plus, I'm sneezing and everything else, so just not a good mix. Let's go ahead with our cross-examination. Yeah, I was gonna say this doesn't. I feel like we still have like another like 3+ hours to go. Honestly, I don't know if I'm accurate or not, but given how much I've done so far, and given how long this chapter I think I've seen online is, I think we're probably. Plus the fact that I methodically read everything out and rationalize things, I'm probably going to be in the upper end of how long it takes. So, Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition.
So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did. That's odd.
I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's why I realized what seems like a natural stopping place. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself.
Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River?
It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast your suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Ha! Makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back into Hazakura Temple and...
The snowmobile? I knew that it would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. About the snowmobile or about the tracks? Let's do the snowmobile first.
Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
That matches my understanding of where it was parked.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order? Mr. Godot? Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Red, white. That's true. Isn't that, that was, my goodness. My goodness, your brain. That's right, his name was Red White. I never even thought of that. Can't even see people with that name, Red. Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha. Whatever. Even if I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort, it's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What's that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Yes, I thought that way. Mr. Kamaya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I used the Shishito. To represent the other one? The tracks? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there were such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important? Question mark? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. It doesn't? Where's the weather report? It stopped at like 10:50, right? Yeah, exactly at 10:50. Okay. Okay, got it. I understand now. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? Thank you for the hydrate. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. Yeah, I went to drink the water, not the chamomile. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yeah, let's get the snow on the road, as they say. That's a metaphor, right? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Yeah, so we have to present the weather report. No, I do not have to do that. I've taken so much psyche damage, I need to just reload. Because otherwise I'll just be a hit from death all the time. It was still snowing. What other than the weather data would be used to refute that? Do we have to present the orb again? No, because the orb would be after the snow, post the snow. Unless it doesn't matter at all and I'm wasting my time. I'll press it again. We'll press this one because I never pressed it. There have been a lot of contradictions to your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean that there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid, Revelations. Ha. Well then, Mr. Tribe, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me.
Do I have any logic left at this juncture? I don't know if I do.
Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Okay, now what do I do here? So I presented the weather report before, but that was wrong. That was incorrect. What else can I use? To show it was still snowing. Right evidence, wrong testimony? Okay. God, that is a huge problem. Snow had already stopped is what I did. Well, that's still not the right one. Maybe I need to... I never did talk about the altered wound. Maybe I need to go back and talk about the altered wound. Show weather data on another line. I mean, I've picked the only two lines that seem appropriate to actually put it on. And the weather data is just not... Yeah, I went ahead and
presented on this one, and then I presented on this one. This one was the one I'm like, okay, for sure, weather data. I'll press on the Shishito to alter the wound, because I have no other options here. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Maybe I'm not meant to do that yet? I don't know. Probably more like definitively. Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donham. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Yeah, so it's definitely not that. Is there something else I should be focused on under testimony? Like everyone, like it's just like both of them are going like so crazy. They're pog champing over snow, and I don't know why. It wouldn't involve the weather report unless there's something else. Is there another line that only appears with the other snowmobile testimony? If I go back to the original snowmobile line and I present the other one, is it this same situation where I have the wrong statement? Okay, I'll present it on this. Oh. Oh. So this is kind of a... This is more of a leap than mine. If what they want me to do is like, actually it's still snowing, so, you know, if it stopped snowing when you said, why didn't the body track be left behind when you were dragging it? I mean, I guess that's what they want, but, like, it's more, I mean, I would just directly counter the statement itself. This seems like you're softening the gloves a bit. I mean, I guess this technically works, but... You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning. Oh, okay, well I guess that's the other issue, is the bridge crossing itself. Okay, so the problem here is I was not meant to counter with the... Okay. So I was meant to focus on the... It's hard to focus on anything else other than snow if you guys keep harping on snow. That's the problem. If you're just like... I could have focused, I probably could have gotten there eventually. No. It's all because Phoenix, Wright, and Godot just kept snowing it up. Stricken lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way she could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I'll be finding you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not burning, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard,
and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Stonham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection.
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Tribe, maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. So it's called the Korean catapult technique, and it's passed down from many generations. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. She flew. Larry Butts is right. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Ah, very clever. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? That's literally what I was thinking. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there was a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, that doesn't help me. That's not testifying. That's just... So it's just a misunderstanding. I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp. And one of the suspension wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Dusky Bridge photo added to the court record. Is it, man? I must do something to discredit this testimony. It's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Tried. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Okay. Oh, goody. Moving the body. There's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Is the snow still falling? Had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection.
one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, right?
Well, we get to hear about yours all the time when you're an adult. What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show us some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Okay, well that's a pretty good help. So, Lowry, you're gonna come in handy here. Is there a way to cross the burning bridge? Yes, there is. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead.
There's so many statements that look like you can present this on. There's no way. There's no other way. There's this. And so there's like at least 3 statements I could realistically present this on.
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
On all statements, I would have screwed it up somehow.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Stonham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laura Stoneham. Brilliant. Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you all have all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, what does this does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I think I might have already said it, but best to be safe than sorry, because I feel like usually these theories are cataclysmically penalizing to get wrong.
I don't think an old whisker face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Larry Donham is... turning it upside down. Where's the picture of the Dusky Bridge? I mean, I'm assuming they used the support wire and, like, kind of swung her? I don't know. Is it a contradiction in that it's facing the wrong way? I mean, what are those wires supposed to represent? Like, what part of the bridge? Is it the support wire, the one that snapped, and she's supposed to be in the center, and she's supposed to be underneath that? Do I mean, the fact that the choice is a complete contradiction. I mean, it's upside down. Do I have to say, is that a complete contradiction? Is that exactly what happened, but it's upside down? Like, this is not really quite clear. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. You have some evidence that the victim threw through the air. Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. A way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so I really have to redo the whole thing.
Objection!
Call comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before. Yeah, but I get it now. That's why I believe the sketch shows the truth. Alright, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think he'll forgive any more mistakes, except he totally will. Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it, but he saw it while he was upside down. But, like, don't say it's a complete contradiction. It's not nah. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It'd be the bridge. Obviously, I want to say this is what contradicts reality, but this flying figure naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal. Okay, so they wanted me to poke it. All the way to this point, the answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing over these suits women. Anyway, what now? Point to something else. Give me one more chance. I'm in a tight spot now. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. Hint. It's time for me to flip things around, get them straight in my head. Okay, well, I mean, I knew that that's what they're wanting, but the game just keeps pointing me in different directions. It's just like, I know what's going on, but the game is confusing the hell out of me. I'm sorry. I believe it's somewhere around here, maybe. Somewhere around here, maybe? Well, the artist responsible for the sketch is a bit of a walking contradiction, so it's difficult to point out where the contradictions end and the truth begins. Enough with the psychobabble. Okay, so I am really screwing this up. Is it the support? They want me to pick the actual wire? Going that far back. All right then. Oh shoot! I got out of the testimony entirely. Oh come on! God damn it! So it's the support wire that burned down. So which of the two is it? Because we saw the one that was burned afterward and the wire was gone. And it's upside down. So which is the hint that one of them should be. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that Show us something that will point out the sketch contradicts reality. Dusty Bridge photo. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In this sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why you remember the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Larice Stoneham witnessed the events while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Stoneham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order.
Objection.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. But then who would have taken it off on the other side? Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, it sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the criminal would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, the criminal didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of the criminal. What? I'm saying that it just was a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory, knowing that I have like little to no HP, as we have to get it right.
They had to use the bridge wire, but how do I actually do that? What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Do they want me to point it out at the bottom of the bridge? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Lee Stoneham's body. And then I guess it flew off, conveniently, because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. Yes, my goodness, there's a lot of coffee in that mug left over. The odds of a rope being readily available were very high. I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Apparently we do, because we're opening a menu. The crystal sphere. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Stoneham's staff. So we had two different choices. We could have gone to the autopsy report for the 10 feet or the crystal ball. Both would look like they would have been correct. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You've provided us with the way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The
rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking the entire time, and I was a little bit... Must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it, and there was. We know who the accomplice is. This is the first time we're going to have to bring them up. I will admit, this portion of the cross-examination has gone on a little longer than I thought, but basically once we hit the hump here, we're going to have to stop. An accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright, who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say. That aroma just now smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was your chance of winning rotting away? Okay, well, that was not the choice I should have made. Bad choice. Unless I'm supposed to say that she was the accomplice on that side. And then they'll be like, what do you mean by that? What's all this? And then I'll be like, ha. Alright, the accomplice. It's Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-down bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious? Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. So I should have seen this all coming, and I didn't. So good for them, bad on me. It made for a good twist, because I was trying to still figure out what was the angle with Iris here. You know, I obviously knew the impersonation, I knew the twin angle, but. And why she trying to put this murder on Maya? the woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Yeah, I know, but like, it is odd that I noticed her testimony and everything else changed, but I didn't put all the pieces together. That should have been the first thing. I even called this twist of her being channeled, and I still missed the obvious implication of that twist. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? See, he just can't stand Dahlia because she has red hair and he can't see it. Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister? She's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. Crane channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here on these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Would you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans and talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking she was already summoned. Switched places? Yeah, it is Freaky Friday, isn't it? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm that the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Dahlia says what? Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means Maya, haha. They must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, there was. She ran off exactly one time to go to the Inner Temple. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Who was in charge? Was it Gumshoe? Or was it Edgeworth? I think both of them. Edgeworth was the one. It was Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth because he passed out. Passed out. Take that! This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the Inner Temple. This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the Inner Temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, that would also explain why there were 4 more locks next time we saw her. They had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
Perfect cliffhanger to leave everybody on, including me.
I was hanging like the murder victim.
We'll leave you all cliffhanging like she did. Eh? Eh? Kind of dark humor, unfortunately. Anyway, no spoilers. No spoilers. Anyway, that was a 5-hour stream. My goodness. We will conclude the game on Tuesday. Um, Very exciting. Yeah, it's going down swinging like Elise. I've got time. Our next stream will be on Tuesday. That'll give me more time to think of dark puns like that, I guess. But very curious to see how this ends. We still don't know where Maya is. Although if I had to guess, her body might be occupied. We'll have to see. There's still the matter of the locks. There's still the matter of a lot of different things. And it's like she said, what are you gonna do to punish me? And I don't know. We'll find a way. But in any event, thanks everybody for stopping by. I will face Raiders. Sorry about that. Not an image we want to end on there. Power off. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the rest. Well, not the rest. Enjoy the start of your new year. I'm going to go ahead and try to get some dinner, and then I'll go to sleep. And I am going to dump the rest of this chamomile. I'm sorry. I did not appreciate it. It was not a good tea. It is going to be permanently off my tea rotation. I will not be drinking that again. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and thank you for the help. And everyone, take care and have a wonderful night. You're I appreciate the redeem, though. I appreciate at least trying it to know how bad it was. Take care.